Wala, sino to? Kasi idol.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Okay.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
You called?
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Lior tend to stay.
Dapat pala create rate to. May sounds. Wait lang. Back. Baka mag-back. Back. Okay? Mag-feedback. Back. Bigyan lang natin konting stats to. Sana HP or ano, crit na lang. Please. Crit damage. Pwede ba yan? Damage. Crit kailangan ko. Pakangkiliti lang naman tong siyan. Baka tayo magsimula. Ngayon na natin. Tapos natin. H. Crit damage. Pag di kailangan. HP. Hindi pa nag-crit. Di mo lang ginalaw yung crit? Ano pwede to? Hindi po. Di mo lang ginalaw yung crit rate, men. So, kailangan ko na isa pang ganyan. Ano? Palitan to. Anong pangalan nito? Thunder Shooter. Bro, yata ang ano? Di mo lang. Physical damage pa rin. Thunder Shooter. Physical damage ka ba? Kaya na lang, okay na yan. Ito muna. Pero kung may pwede tayong palitan, 20 plus 20. Ito. Palitan na muna natin to. Alaws eh. Dami sana magagandang ano. Nakakatakot i-ups. Ano lang critical na ano? May EM. Critical sana tapos EM. Ito bago. Ano yung mga nakalock ko na ganyan? Uy, ito sa ano? Kaso. Di man lang ito na-touch. Grabe. Death. Wala pa. Natagaan ko muna yung isa. EM. Paano dito yung nahanap ko? Ang ganda na ito. Ito na lang kaya. Kaso dip pala. Fail lang. HP. Ito, pwede to. Natin. Kaso pag ganyan, magpapalit tayo ng isa. Palit ko. Shit, atak. 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 Wag atak, please. ER. Pwede na, pwede. Naman, crit rate. Kahit mga dalawa lang. Crit rate. Dalawa lang. Attack percent. Not bad. Balance na naman. Balance na. Nakaba. Binitin din. Attack percent. Crit rate please. Kahit isa lang. Ang baba ng crit rate. Ang ano lang. Ang red din. Wala na pala. Di umabot. Pwede na. Kana natin buo yan.
So it is where many things come to settle.
Mamatay pala siya. Pag si ano, ito na natin. Resist na lang siya. Kailangan ko ng heal eh.
I'll take good care of everyone.
Okay, let's go. Ano muna tayo? 97. Muna na ba natin to? Magbukas na tayo ng ano? Tama na natin. Bawas tayo ng isang commission. Custom boss. 1 commission, 1 boss. Para pair. Pair. Bakit hindi na ano dito? YouTube. Hindi nag-ano sa akin. Hindi yung nag-like. Ako na sa YouTube studio ko guys. Hindi siya nakalabas.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Meron daw na-copyright. Ano yun?
Try not to enjoy this too much.
Ba't tayo na isang ganito? Pwede kaya nila i-slow mo siya, no? Si Xiao.
This is order.
Ready, go! Stay put. Yeah. Oh. Ta. Ta.
Come a little closer. Ha. Get you. Ha. Hit. Hit.
Malakas EM nito. Pag ano? Yun yun. Makakailan ng base na to.
You're in for a little
Evil conquering! Worthless! Here!
38. Not bad na. Pero mayroon pa yan eh, hindi ko pa max yung mga skills niya. Max ko na yata yung ano. Kailangan ko na lang Constellation na lang ang kailangan kay Xiao. Ano ba yung Const niya? Zero to eh. Hindi ko pa na ano to eh. Ano ba yung nakapagpapalakas ng ano niya? Ito. C5. Ito naman yung sa second skill niya. Yung E. Pati ito, yung E. Ito, ano to? Normal. Ah, okay. Nagre-regen siya. Kunyari, nakaganyan. Tapos yung isa, pwede mag-regen ng party. Okay. Meron kasing instances na ano eh, kapag outfield sila, sabihin nun wala sa field.
Don't be scared!
Nagre-regen yung ano nila,
Gather!
yung parang mana. Ano, nag-outfield si Lisa, nagkaroon siya. Karoon siya ng recharge,
Let's spark things up a little.
kaya nakapag-SS. So.
You're in for a little shock.
Ulit! You're
Boring!
Kaso si Show, ang baba ng ER niya. Pag tinasan ko naman to, lugi pa rin. Ano yun? Ito, may heal yan. Pag hindi napunta sa inyo, kunin nyo na lang. Asan ka?
Order guide you.
Tingnan natin isa. Monday na eh. Dito tayo kaya naman. Di ba to? Ay, hindi. Yan, di natin gagamitin yung mga ano natin. Mga medyo build. Ito na, build na to siya. Kailangan binibuild natin. Testing lang. Testing natin. Kahit mababa yan. Fight yan. Support lang naman. Okay lang
This
yung support
opportunity
mo,
is quite hard to come by. Well then, amuse me. Surrender is a valid option. I promise I'll be gentle.
diba? Pares na kayo ng skill.
Gather!
Cowering already?
Boring!
Boy,
Solidify.
abang mo na.
You're
Ayabang,
in for a little shock. Hey, come a little closer.
Stabilize!
Clear shot.
Shit. Ba't yan? Ubus agad yung ano.
Disappear!
You've made some progress. Guess I should take you more seriously.
Hey, go away!
No use hiding back there.
Don't be scared!
Solidify!
Nag-raya na skill. Kaso mas marami lang yung kaya. Daya to eh.
All you do is run.
Useless!
No
Ah,
use
useless.
hiding back there.
Stabilize!
Shield ka eh.
You're in for a little
Ulit! You're up!
Something else catch your eye?
I will have order!
Surrender and I'll be gentle.
Stig yung animation ng mga ganito, no? Animation boy. Kapal ng anime nito. Genshin Impact. Sana maganda yung anime nila.
Praiseworthy. I too shall use all of mine. So, don't you dare disappoint me.
Nakikita kaya natin sa anime ito, yung ganitong fight scene nila, no? May fight scene si, ano, tas ganito animation, no? Ang galing po. My God po. Ganyan yung animation. Sa anime, sa anime. So, ang lakas na, ang ganda nyan. Parang ano na yan. Yung Attack of Titan.
Solidify!
Halos ganun yung ano nila, animation eh.
Come a little closer.
Hinahagawa ko melee. Sakit yan.
Stabilize!
Tanggal shield ko dun eh.
Lament! Worthless!
O pares tayo may maskara.
Worthless! 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 Boring!
Boring, sabi ni Xiao. Paano? Tinalon-talonan lang ni Xiao, no? Hindi pa nga ano eh. Yung weapon ni Xiao. Ito, ano to eh, 4 times. Yung magiging crit rate sa attack. So, kulang pa yun. Kasi 27 lang to eh. Magiging 28 to. 28. Oh, tapos ito 12. Tama ba? Tama, 12. 28 yung attack percent. Nagiging 12. Plus 27 plus 500. Plus yung ano niya. Talent. Ito, yung renown ko na to. Ito kulang pa to eh. Pwede na ba? Kulang pa. Teka. Nag-ano ako offline kahapon. Pwede na yata. Anihin ko na lang. So, kulang pa ako kay Xiao ng ilan na lang. 3. Tapos magbibuild ako ng iba. Pag yung second skill niya, imamax ko din. Halos lahat imamax ko guys. Kasi yung crown naman natin, napakadami kong crown guys. Hindi ko pa na-ups. 2020 pa ako naglalaro pero ayun, nag-start ako ng 2020. At hindi ko pa naggalaw simula nung nakakuha ko. May isang event lang ako na skip eh. Yung kay ano. Sa sobrang inis ko, di ko kasi nakuha si ano. Nung unang beses. Napa-break time ako ng Genshin. Break time ng Genshin eh, no? Pero ito, kukuha tayo nito, 3. 3 lang muna kasi may isa pang karakter na may kailangan nito eh. Ayoko na mailahat kay Xiao. Pero pwede rin ilahat ko na ano. Ilahat na natin. Lahat na natin, mag-aano naman ako. Kuha na lang ulit ako pag kailangan ko na. Grind na lang ulit tayo pag kailangan na. Pag kailangan ko na sa ibang karakter, grind lang ulit guys. Yun lang naman magagawa natin dito guys eh. Grind and grind and grind. Kahit saang laro, any type of games, mag-grind ka para sa isang character. So, kung marami kang character na ginagrind, many characters or you have a lot of characters, ayun. Just grind. Okay? Grind and grind until you satisfy yourself. Diba? Yan lang yun eh. Satisfy yourself sa laro. Kasi ano lang naman to eh. Kumbaga, iipon tayo ng Primo Gems, diba? Ayan, nag-ipon tayo ng Primo Gems. Tapos, nag-ipon ka din nito. Ayan, binibili mo yun nandito, binibili mo yan. Ito, pag meron ka ng 5, bibili mo yan. Ito gusto kong bilhin to guys, pero okay lang. Okay lang. Okay lang sa akin. Ano, hindi ko pa nakukuha yung unang blessing. Wala pa. Ano. Ang meron lang ako ito eh. Wala si ano dito. Wala pa kasi event pa. Sana si Jin na lang yung nakuha ko. Kasi siya yung first 5 star ko talaga guys. First 5 star ko si Jin. Pero ano pa kasi yun, nung birthday ko. nung birthday ko, sa ako nakuha si Jin. Ayan, pa-birthday sa akin ni Hoyo. Ni Hoyo pa. Kaso ngayon Hoyo burst na. Kaya ayan. Pa ba yung mga first? Wala pa. Saan ba yung makikita? Ano, mga wala pang first top up. Free to play tayo, 2 years na. Magto 2 years na tama. Tama, 2 years na guys. Almost counting pa. Ayan. So, max na natin yung talent niya. Max na muna natin to. Crown. 14 ng crowns to guys. Hindi nagagamit. Sayang naman. So, bigay na natin kay Xiao. Planche attack. Meron yan. Ayan guys. Planche attack nyo. Tataas ng 400. Pinaka max nya. Max na yan ha. High. All time high damage nyo. Ayan, damage, planche attack, nadagdagan ng 12%. Malaking bigay yung 12% guys. Kaya kung, sa lahat ng character, pwede nyong, ito, level 9. Tapos ito, yung attack, saka yung SS, or yung, yung third skill ng characters nyo. Ayan kasi, galing kasi ako ng mga TOF, or TOD, Tower of Defense. Kaya doon yung mga Tower of Defense guys. Dota, di ba? Dota, League of Legends, Mobile Legends, Wild Rift, and galing ako doon. Kaya yan, mas ko yung third skill. First skill, ito normal lang to, normal attack. Second skill, third skill, kung ano man yung skill niya. Pwede nga first skill tapos second skill, di ba? Natawag ko lang third skill kasi nandito eh. Ito kasi passive skill. Well, sa normal attack naman yun. Kasi ito yung mga passive skill pa niya may iba. Ito, may possibility guys na ito is pwede pa nilang pataasin yung level. Possibility na madagdagan yung level or additional levels kasi level 1. Ayan kung nanonood mo si Mihoyo or si Hoyoverse, alam kong pinag-iisipan nila if dadagdagan nila ng levels to. Levels. May possibility na magka-levels yung mga passive skills ng characters. Bakit? Bakit mo nilagyan ng level 1? Diba? Pwede mo na mailagay dyan, max. Kahit dito max level. Ito max level. Pwede pa yung dagdagan. Up to level 15 kung gugustuhin nila. Diba? Nasa kanila yan guys. So ito, kaya may level yan. May possibility mag level 10, level 10, level 10. Pwedeng max level, level 9, diba? So kakailangan mo i-grind na naman to. Possibility. Tapos itong mora ko, ubos, diba? Ubos. Diba? Ang laki ng mora, 200 per level. Bam. Diba? Nasusunod dyan, 450. Oh my god, grind ka talaga dito guys. Kasi ang ginagrind ko kasi is yung mga, alam nyo, ang mahihirapan kayo dito, mag-balance. Ano yung gagrind mo? Mora ba muna? Or talent? Or artifacts? Diba? Yun ang i-grind mo. Artifacts, talent, tapos yung mora. Tapos yung materials guys. Pag magpapa-level kayo, yung materials, level, and pagka-level niya, tapos pwede na siyang level 20, level 30, level 40, 60, 70, saka 80, tapos ito, 90, guys. Pag level 80 ka na, ayan, ito na i-grind mo. Ito 70, 60, 40, 30, 20. Yan ang i-grind mo, guys. Sa isang character. Ito kasi, is 10 na. Yan. Yan si Lolo. Ito naman si, ano, Jin. Hindi ko na max si Jin eh. Pero, bibigyan ko si Jin ng pagkakataong ma-max lahat yan. Kasi, ito kasi guys, ito yung pinakamalakas ni Jin. Yan talaga yun. Tapos yung, ano, drop damage. Tandaan nyo, may drop damage dito. Kumbaga, pag ikaw, tumalong ka, mamamatay karakter mo. Try natin. Mamamatay yung karakter mo eh. Pag namatay yung karakter mo, same sa kalaban. Same dun sa enemies. Same dun sa monsters. Kunyari ganyan, no? Diba? Si Xiao, pag nag-drop yan,
Worthless.
team, walang damage. Try natin sa iba. Kasi yun yung advantage ni Xiao. Plunge attack. So, dapat hindi siya mababawasan doon. Pero pag si Zhongli, team, may bawas. Diba? Yun lang yung pinagkaiba nila eh. Pero ito, try natin si Lisa. Meron din yata to. Boom, wala. Wala sila. Pag ano, yung mga nagaganyan yung ano. Ang ganda na nga nung ano ni Lisa eh. Nagkakaroon na ng kidlat sa inaapakan niya. Step on me. Step on me. Wag tayong ganun guys. Ayan. So, balik tayo dito. Sa ating mga mission. Pangkalahatang mission guys. Alam ba at ako nagkaka-copyright dito? Alam nyong sa akin yan. Oh my god, man. That's mine. YouTube, come on. Nagalit kay YouTube eh. Hindi, ano lang yan. Iyan ko lang yan guys. Sabihin ko na pinayagan kong i-copy. Kasi sa akin yan eh. Yang, ano na yan, TikTok na yan. Sa akin yan. My god, magkaiba lang yung ano. Yung picture. Kasi si Genos kasi ginamit ko yun si Genos. Siyempre pag ano, profile picture mo, pwede mong gamitin yung mga ano guys, naka-public pictures. Tandaan nyo na public pictures, pwede nyo gamitin yan. Kung naka-private yan, tapos ano lang yan, ang tawag dyan? Kinalkal. Sorry sa word, pero kinalkal or hinalungkat or hinanap or talagang brinich yung account mo, tapos kinuha yan. Ayun. Pwede kang maano doon, copyright. Diba? Mga copyright. Pero kung naka-public ka, sorry ka. Huwag mo i-public. Diba? Yun nga yun eh. Pero may limitation din yung pag-public. Pag sinabing ayoko, edi tanggalin mo. Diba? Pag sinabi nilang ayaw nilang gamitin yung picture ni Genos, isa One Punch Man, edi tatanggalin ko para tas ano, sorry na lang, 'di ba? Sorry. Pero kasi mga ganun, minsan magpakumbaba na lang tayo, 'di ba? Kung kasalanan mo naman, kasalanan mo.
You're in for a little shock.
Aminin mo agad.
Order guide you.
Di tayo, chill lang tayo dito.
Stabilize.
Stay put.
Kaya yung mga anime guys, ayaw nilang mag-post sa YouTube. Alam niyo bakit? Kasi magagamit at
Let's
magagamit
spark things
yung
up a
ano
little.
nila. Pero siyempre may iba nagpo-post, pinapalitan.
Go. Don't be scared.
Pero okay lang yung palitan eh. Ginawa nun. Ay dapat mali. Si Xiao sana kukuha. Tingnan nyo, nagkakamali din tayo. Lahat ng tao nagkakamali, pero sana pag nagkamali, tanggapin, di ba? Tapos mag-sorry. Kung hindi madadaan sa sorry, edi iwasan na lang yung mga pagkakamali na pwede mangyari. Kasi ganun talaga. Ganun talaga ang buhay guys. Hindi natin makokontrol yung iba.
I will have order.
Merong iba, we take it seriously. Yung iba,
Solidify.
ayaw tanggapin as suggestion.
Boring. Evil conquering.
May mga may mga pinapanood ang tao, may mga pinapanood tayo na nai-influensyan tayo. Kaya nga influencer eh. YouTube, nandyan ang pinakamalaking influence ngayon. Kasi sa Facebook, wala, mababa na rin yung influence. Hindi katulad dati talaga entertainment lang lahat. Sa Facebook, entertainment lang. Sa YouTube, entertainment lang. Pero kasi ngayon, mas maganda nga doon na talagang anuhin natin. Ayan, gawa tayo ng isang boss. Kaya dito. Kasi, ang kunat. Makunat kailangan sila talaga dito. Papalitan ko si, nag-heal. Di kaya ng walang makunat dito. Ay, okay lang. Kasi naman, water. Saka kontra pala siya dun sa pwede na to guys, kakayaanan ng Zhongli to. Daddy Zhongli daddy ng lahat. Dito malito. Check ko muna pala dun sa Facebook ko guys. Oh no, ayaw nila. Ba't kaya ayaw ng Facebook mag-share ako, no? Alam niyo to sa Facebook, masyadong maigpit to. Kahit sarili mong video, ayaw niya ipa-share. No? May TikTok kasi ako, may TikTok na yan, no? Pero sa TikTok kasi, pinopost ko lang yung mga trip natin. Monday grind, yan, lagyan. Monday grind tayo. Yan. Okay na, na-share ko na sa Facebook. Yan. Patulan natin sa Ash Daha. Bahala sa buhay mo. Ayun nga pala, hindi ko na celebrate yung 60 AR-60 ko. Hindi ko nalagay sa TikTok. Pwede naman siguro late upload. Ang sakit talaga boy. Kaya hindi pwede.
You're in for a little shock.
Bumakas na siya. Sorry, hindi ko pwedeng... Hindi yan si si Jin. Sorry na, hindi na si Jin to. Kaya hindi kakayanin Facebook.
Come a little closer. Try not to enjoy this too much. You've been a naughty boy.
Yan na, sinasabi ko sa'yo.
Ulit!
Lakad-lakad lang tayo. Ba't tayo bigyan nito? Kunin mo to. Heal yan. Wala na tayong
You're in for a little
Stay put!
This is order. Stabilize.
Don't get him, Ulit!
Oh!
Ulit, you're up!
Chill muna tayo bago.
blitz.
Disappear. Worthless.
Bakit pares pa kami tumatalon?
Boring.
Parang hinarangan no? Layo niya, no?
Today,
Water
you
pala
witness your reckoning.
Yes, let's go. Let me witness it.
Stay put!
Nagtago na naman siya. Uy, ano natin to?
Boring.
Come a little closer. Hit.
Level to natin. Uy!
You're in for a little
Ganon,
shock.
boy.
Let's spark
Grabe
things.
ka naman makapatol sa babae.
Useless.
Come a little closer. You've been a naughty boy.
11k, no? Kailangan mapaunat ko na siya.
Solidify.
HP.
Hit.
Evil conquering. Worthless. Worthless. Worthless.
Oh, tinamaan, boy.
Good.
Stand upon your two,
God.
though you
God,
know
God.
it not.
Salita na si, ano? God. God.
Come, experience an eon of
You're in for a little shock.
Grabe, boy. Hindi ka malapit. Ito na lang, si ano. Oh, shit. Mamatay.
stabilize.
Matay tayo pag ganyan.
Boring.
Uy, joke lang. Wala pang buhay si Shaw. Masyado. Baka naman.
Come a little close.
Oh, huh. Stay put.
Useless.
Back to the earth.
Hey, go away.
Wala. Na-yelo.
Boring.
I will have order.
Ba't di siya nag-ano?
You're in for a little shock. Surrender and I'll be gentle.
The enraged earth will not absolve you.
Disappear. Here. Here. Worthless.
Boom! Uy. Alam mo, mamatay ka.
More axe.
Mag-axe ka daw. Pangit. Foods. Foods. Pang foods lang. Lahat pala pinakain ko na yung mga ganun, no? Kaya na pala ni Xiao.
Don't be scared.
Wala naman dati na mamatay ka pa. Dati level ano to eh, 670. Inaps ko na 90. Mamatay-matay siya eh. Dahil dun sa ano niya. Q. Yung Q kasi is nagkakaroon ng ano eh. Negative HP. Inuubos. So, diba?
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Grabe naman si Idol. Masyadong mainit si Idol. So, tayo ulit. Ang commission. Sana yung commission wag na dito. Laging dyan yung ano iba eh. Dito. Dito naman. Magkatabi lang. Gawin ko na kaya yan. Magkatabi lang eh. Kasi isang boss. Tapos libot tayo sa desierto. Yun yung pinaka nakakaano eh. Desierto, libot. Ayun, para dun sa iba na ano, di mahilig sa games. Sana maintindihan nyo yung mga gamers na katulad namin na hindi porket naglalaro, di ba? Wala nang ginawa sa buhay. Kung
Solidify.
alam nyo lang. Diba? Na-stress din naman kasi tayo. Stress reliever yung mga games, guys. Lalo na sa mga single. Sorry. Bukas, February 14 na pala bukas, guys. Lalo na sa mga single, tabi-tabi po.
Gather!
Stress reliever natin tong So, ayun lang masasabi ko. Ayun lang.
Ha?
Walang ano, dapat meron dash kasi ano, teleporter. Kasi teleport siya.
Stay put.
Kung may alhatam nga lang ako, yun yung ano ko eh. Kaso wala eh.
You've been a naughty boy.
Ang malas pa dyan, nakuha ko weapon ni alhatam.
This is order.
Hindi Keshaw.
Yeah. Solidify.
Wala pa akong mga weapon na
Don't be
magaganda.
scared.
Na spear. Halos karamihan ng ano ko spear.
Let's spark things up a little. Come on.
Gather.
Tapos yung mga ano, sword ng... Kung sino pa yung mga sword na karakter, yun pa yung wala ako.
You're up.
You're in for a little shock.
Malas din. Si ano, pwede sana si...
Solidify.
Oh, mayroon ba ako?
Evil conquering. Here. Here.
Ang hina. Nasa labas kasi.
Here.
Tinuhog ng tinuhog. Ayan. Tinuhog ng tinuhog eh. Sorry. Hindi nakagalaw boy. Yun yung advantage niya siya sa mga pangmaramihang kalaban. Nag-aano sila. May tawag dyan eh. Napapalutang ni Xiao. Cancel. Kumbaga, naka-cancelled na sila bago pa sila gumalaw. Marami akong side quest guys eh, pero hindi naman natin gawin yung mga side quest, di ba? Yun yung mga maganda dito eh. Side quest tayo. Alam kong umay na kayo sa mga nagsa-side quest. Maraming side quest na talaga, pero ito in-game natin gawin. And pag di ko alam, search na natin, guys. Para naman ano, may tulong na rin tayo sa iba. Doon pa yata. Tama dito. Ano ba to? Sweep Slayer.
Come a little close.
I will have order.
Para ma-sweep Slayer mo, guys, huwag mong pagalawin. Ano, hindi siya tinablan. Ba't ganun? Hindi tinablan yung isa. And tanim tayo dito.
Try not to enjoy this too much.
Pagkatanim natin ganyan, sabog. Pati.
You're in for a little shock.
Stabilize.
Useless.
You, Blake. You're up.
Yan. Aggravation.
Come a little
Aggravate.
closer.
Pala.
Blitz.
Sorry. Pag aggravation, yun na rin. Pares lang eh, di ba? Aggravate.
Ready, go.
Aggravation. Lo, makita niyo yun? Lo, ganda. Ngayon ko lang napansin to.
Stay put.
Solidify.
Pag nagda-dash siya, merong naiiwan. Ganda
You're
pa
in for a little shock.
Para siya nagiging si, ano? Wala na. Kanina meron, para siyang si Flash.
You, Blake.
Pero hindi
You're
naman
up.
ganun kabilis, no? Oh, wala, oh. Wala siya pag ano eh. Parang si Flash. Totoo ba yan? Pag naka-SS, para siyang si Flash. Ilang beses ko na nasabi na. Para siyang si Flash. Inulit pa eh. Yan, baka dito meron. Hindi ko pa tapos yung Aranara quest eh. Hindi ko alam kung kompleto na yung Aranara quest ko, guys. Or mag-mine daw tayo. Grabe naman yung mine na yan. Mine tayo, guys. Pero kunin muna natin. Kasi minsan, guys, hindi ko nagagawa yung ganito. Lalo na pag ano, galing ako sa office. Yan. Pag galing ako sa office, guys, minsan hindi ko nagagawa yung mga quest. Hindi ako nakapag-dailies. May 2 araw last week. parang Friday yata yun. Hindi ako nakapag-quest pero okay lang. Kasi may
Add
pupuntahan
Astra
talaga kami.
Abyssos.
Maraming
Thank
nangyari
you for completing.
Sa totoo lang, maraming nangyari yan nung pumunta. Hindi ako napag-quest, hindi ako hindi mo lang ako nakapagbawas ng ganito. So, nung Sabado, binawasan ko na siya pagka-uwi ko. Agad-agad. Diba? 5 agad. So, meron pa tayong ganito. Hindi ko alam kung ibubos ko ba or... Kasi dito, hindi natin magagamit sa show dito, guys. Wind to eh. Wind, water. Alam nyo kasi kaya ako kumukuha na ito. Kaya makakakuha kasi tayo ng mga ganito, guys. Hindi, wag nyong i-skip to, guys. Promise. Alam nyo ba na itong dalawang to ang may pinakamataas? Yan. Yung dalawang yan na may pinakamataas na magagandang stats. Pati yung mga ganito. Flower dyan, di ba? Flower. Tama ba? Flower lang dun. Di flower pala talaga yung pinapakita nila. Pero, panglahatan kasi yan. Ito may pinakamagagandang stats na nabigay sa akin, guys. Pakita ko sa inyo. Wala sa mga ano eh. Diba? Crit damage. Di pa yan yung pinakamaganda. Ito, swerte lang to eh, oh. Swerte lang to. Pero ang hinahanap ko talaga dito is JO damage. Pero kung ito magkakaroon ng ano to, HP, attack percent, crit rate, crit damage, ER. Yun lang ang gusto ko, guys, dito. Ito sana pinalitan ng ER to, tapos ito crit damage. Pack na yan, guys, pero lock na natin yan. Lock. Nakalock na ba? Baka mamaya mapalitan ko. Ito din, oh. HP, boy. HP 23. Crit rate man lang, boy. Crit rate. Sa attack percent. Pwede na yan. Ito, HP. Crit rate. Okay. Kaso kulang ng isa to. So, X to. Cross. Hindi to kasama. Not belong to the group. EM. Not belong to the group. Pwede siyang HP. Crit rate, crit damage, attack. Yun, pwede pa yan, guys. Kasi may HP ka na. Hindi yung magiging substats. Di pwedeng substats. HP pa rin dito. HP percent, yan. HP percent, crit rate, crit damage, attack percent. Yun ang pinamaganda kay Zhongli. Kung gusto nyo ng ano, HP, attack Zhongli. Attack percent, crit rate, crit damage, HP percent, substats. If main nyo yung HP, pwede siyang attack percent, crit rate, crit damage, attack. Yun. Kasi yung defense, guys, hindi na niya kailangan. May ano na siya. The higher your HP, the stronger your crit damage, crit rate, attack percent, the higher those percentage. Aanin mo pa ang defense. Diba kasi nga sabi nila, defense is the best of offense, diba? Pero kasi meron din kabaliktaran yan eh. Offense is the best defense. Diba? Yun yung dalawang contradict talaga, guys. Pero ganun talaga eh. Wala kang magagawa. Yun yung contradict. Pero dahil contradict sila, totoo. Diba? Real time. Ano yan? Channel. Diba? Real time yan, guys. Real talk. Real time, real talk. Proven. Guilty. Joke lang. Proven guilty. Nagagamit ko to ng mga terms nila. Proven guilty. Pero totoo lang, guys. Real talk yun. Offense is the best defense. Defense is the best offense. Pero paano pag yung magkabilaan, magaling sa gano'n? Yung isa magaling sa defense, nagiging offense. Isa magaling sa defense, sa offense, nagiging defense. Wala na. Yun ang magandang panoorin sa basketball. Diba? Parehas sila magagaling. Wala nagpapatalo, halos close fight. Hanggang sa mag-buzzer beater. Tapos nag-buzzer beater. Yung mga ganun dati yung mga napapanood ko, guys eh. Yung walang Hanggang laban, kung laban. Hanggang matapos yung oras, hanggang mapag-decision. Draw na lang kayo. Draw na lang kayo, tama na. Sobrang OT na kayo. Overtime na kayo sobra. Diba? Draw na lang. Meron kayong ganun. No, draw na lang. OT na kayo sobra. Meron ganun sa mga games. Pag-desisyonan, no, uy, grabe, pagod na tayo lahat. Diba? Pag-desisyonan nyo sa games, uy, pagod na tayo lahat, tama na, draw. Pero sa mga TOD na laro, walang ganun. Best of 3, best of 3, best of 4, diba, mga ganun. Pag 7 series, 5 series, best of 3, best of 4. Paano sa basketball kaya, ano, walang nagpapatalo. Laging overtime, oh my god. Magdodraw? Paano yun? Hindi ibig sabihin magkakaroon pa ng pang 8 series, no? Kung isang ano nag-draw tapos pare silang nag best of 3, yeah? Kailangan best of 4, kailangan may manalo ng panghuling-huli. Tapos nag-draw na naman. O, paano yun? Paano kayo mangyayari doon, no? Kaya hindi pwede mag-draw talaga. Sa games lang yan, guys. Sa games na online, pwede kayo mag-draw, pero sa real life games, yan, yung mga tournaments, yung mga basketball, football, badminton, table tennis, yan guys, hindi kayo pwede doon, OT tapos draw. Kailangan may aabutan ng oras. May susuko na team. Pero pag gusto nyo manalo, bakit kayo susuko, di ba? Kahit ilang OT pa yan, kung gusto nyo manalo, kahit pagod na kayo. Tournament ang pag-usapan yan, trophy. Di ba? Hall of Fame yan. Ay, hindi ko pala mano to.
Stay put!
Once in a lifetime nyo lang yan. Itotodo nyo na yung lakas nyo. Ayun nga, games is games. Wala tayong magagawa dun.
Gather!
Surrender and be gentle. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer.
Useless! Stabilize! Lament!
Wala na, okay.
Worthless!
At pala yun na ito.
Worthless!
Oh, yung. Tapos agad. Tapos na
Gather!
saan. Kinakatayuan na lang na Xiongnu. Ng ano? Shield ni Xiongnu. hindi na umapak, no. Hindi tayo nabawasan. Panggay mo yan. Panggay mo ang tubo ko. Hindi nasira.
Don't be scared!
Come a little closer.
Useless!
Yun lang, kulang.
You're in for a little
Boring! This is order!
Di ba wala kasi ano? Kulang po. Maabot ka pa sa ganyan, boy.
Come a little closer.
Stay put!
Umagsak ka. Yan, tapos ka na dito. Sabi ko sa'yo, boy.
Useless! Boring! Evil conquering!
Ginamitan pa ng ano no? Ah, Evil conquering. Evil conquering. Ganun ba yung boss? Hindi ko alam. Hindi ko alam kung ganun yung boses ni show. Evil conquering. Oh my god. Oh my god. So, sila yung kasama natin. 39 no? Mukhang 13 days. Abot pa yata ako. Papa 50 ko pa to. Saan? Ang gawa? Ay, hindi na pala natin nagawa yung ano. Hindi gawa na rin tayong bounty kasi wala akong pera guys. Wala tayong bounty. Ah, yes. Bounty lang tayo guys. Tapos gawa tayong quest. Kain lang ako quick. Quick kain. Patulan natin to, electro. And kaya hindi ko masyadong ginagamit sa ano dito kasi electro talaga yung ano, pangontra dito guys. Ay, electro. Electro ang kadalasang invincible yung mga kalaban dito. Mga resistance. Electro resistance talaga. Pwede ako maglagay na sa electro guys. Try natin. Tanggalin natin si Lisa muna. Tanggalin muna natin si Lisa. May porong gas. May full gas. Yan o. Kawawa naman sa atin si ano eh.
Something's come up?
Ganda din ang damit niya, ano. Pagbihisi natin. Pagbihisi. Ang layo naman. Doon pa. Samantalang dito na yung quest ko. Okay lang ba yun?
Stabilize!
Don't be scared! Speed of light!
Boring! Send this now!
Pain, go away! Yeah! With sword comes shadow.
Siyempre walang damage yan. Nakasahan ka na yan. Pero sa mga kampi niya lang yan. Hindi para sa kanya yan.
Solidify! I will have order!
99k? Oh my god. Okay lang, mababa pa.
Gather!
Speed of light! Hey! You glade!
Lament! Worthless!
48k? Diba? 48k guys. Not even perfect artifacts. Hindi pa yan yung pinakamalakas na artifacts guys. Oh my G. Not the perfect artifacts. 27, dalawa. Isa. 1, 2, 1. Not the perfect artifacts. Pero 48k, not bad. 28, 3. Oh my god. 2, or tama. 1, 3, or 2, then plus 1. Oh my god. Not even the perfect artifacts. Attack. Crit damage. Balance lang guys. Kasi kaya attack to. Wala kasi ang anemo damage. Pero not bad na rin. Para sa akin not bad na rin to. Yung build ko kay Xiao. Pero kung may improve pa yan, makakuha ko ng improvements, why not, diba? Improvements always welcome. Diba? Sa lahat ng gagawin natin, improvements is always welcome for us to proceed with our goals. With our goals in life. Yan. May mga goals tayo dito. Siyempre, meron din sa labas. Kaya naman. Kalma lang. Let's be...
Solidify!
Don't blink. Huh?
Yan, palapitin natin sila lahat dito. Lapit
Cut to the
kayo.
chase. Yeah. Incoming. Huh, yeah. Don't be scared.
Useless! Order guide you! Stabilize!
With sword comes shadow.
Yun o. Hindi ko nga magawa yung ano dito, guys.
Speed of light. Stay put.
Baka naman si Hoyo. Hindi na pala si Hoyo. Hoyo verse lang pala. Kunin natin. Kunin natin yung mga ano, guys. Kunin natin to. So syempre, pag di ka tumalon, may damage yun. Pag di ka tumalon, tapos nag-plunge attack, may damage kayo. Makaka-receive ka ng damage. Madali lang ito. Easy. Tandaan nyo, 3 Liyue yan kasi pag isang Liyue lang yan, nasa 28 lang yung damage ko. Ang lakas, 28 to 30 damage na meron ako. Pero not bad, no? Not bad na rin. So, diba, electro na naman to. Bibigyan ko to ng masarap-sarap na ano.
Here!
Go get him, Uruguay.
Hindi pwede siya na dito, so strongly.
Incoming.
Nabawa yung dito.
Oh, don't be scared. Cut to the chase.
I will have order!
Wala, walang dami.
Disappear! Worthless! Here!
35. Depende pala sa defense ng kalaban. Not bad. Yes. Sino bang ano ngayon? 2 taon na pala. Full ko ba to? Try ko lang sa ano. Ay. Sino bang ano dito? Kailan pa ba ako nag-full dito? Wala eh, 15 lang eh. 15 lang. Kasi ang pinupull ko talaga guys eh. Ikakakuha ko lang dito ng Hasan. Eh like pangit yun nakuha ko. Di ko trip na weapon. Pero yung binibigay sa ano, puro sacrificial sword. Full to guys ha, full. Grabe tong binigay nila sa akin dito. Napakalayo guys oh. Sword din to, sword. 15 times 5. Ilan yan? 75 pulls. 75 pulls yung ano ko dito. Pang 75. 76. Bali 71. Kasi dito bilang, hindi pala bilang. Ganito lang. Yan nating 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 5. Bakit 80 ano? Ba't 80 yung pagkakabilang ko? Ako mabilis ako magbilang. Ang bilis ng bilang ko dun. Hindi natin sa 15, di ba? 4, 13. 13. Tama, 70. Kanina pala 14, kaya 70. Ngayon, 70, 65, kasi minus natin to. Hindi pala to kasama, yun 1. So, 14 yung kanin 13. 13 times 5, 65. Plus 3, edi 80, 68 pulse. Yun yung pagitan. Talo ko, no? Kasi 1, 2. Kasi ito, 1, 2. So, ang susunod nito, 65 pulse na naman. Grabe, guys. Wala pala akong pag-asa sa ano. If magkaroon ng early pull, pwede pa. Early pull. Kailangan ko ng early pull dito. Kailangan ko ipunin to ilang days sa 15 days. Kasi pag ito nakuha ko na lang. Ito nakuha ko ito. Pang codex. Please lang. Ito na lang spears. Or ito. Aqua sa Malika. Pwede din naman to. Kasi may yelan ako. Wala akong hutaw. Pero gusto ko din makakuha ng hutaw. Eh na naman pag nakakuha tayo ng hutaw. Spear na naman. Guys. Spear. Oh my god. Another spear account. Ay character. O kung ilan talaga. Yan talaga to guys. Spear. Sword. Spear. Claymore. Sword. Bow. Sword. Spear. Bow. Claymore. Sword. Libro. Sword. Libro. Sword. Libro. Bow. Marami spear to. 1, 2, 3, 4. Apat lang pala. 1, 2. 1, 2. Ang guys, balikan natin guys. Break muna tayo.
Here!
BRB lang guys ha. 30 minutes. 30 minutes tapusin natin po.
When I hand this work over to the Elamites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
BRB guys. Wait lang.
The damned will sooner die again than lay a hand on me.
When I hand this work over to the Elamites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Termites must be distributed appropriately.
No news is good news.
It's such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
When I hand this work over to the Elamites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Military supplies. dark.
No news is good news.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
No news is good
Is there a new request from the academia?
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
No news is good
Is there a new request from the academia?
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
No news is good
Is there a new request from the academia?
Reduced to
When I
just
hand this
standing
work over
around.
to the Eremites,
How
I'll
absurd.
have to rephrase the request.
Is there a new request from the academia?
Military supplies for the
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
No news is good news.
Is there a new request from the academia?
military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
No news is
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Is there a new request from the academia?
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
Such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
The damned will sooner die again than lay a hand on me.
Supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
Such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars. Is there a new request from the academia?
no news is
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
Such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars. Is there a new request from the academia?
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
Is there a new request from the academia?
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
No news is good news.
Those memories. So dark.
Every time I talk to those scholars.
Is there a new request from the academia?
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
No news.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
It's such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
Is there a new request from the academia?
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
No news is good news.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Is there a new request from the academia?
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
When I hand this work over to the
No news
Eremites,
is good.
I'll have to
Reduced to
rephrase
just
the
standing
request.
around. How absurd.
Is there a new request from the academia?
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
No news is good.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Is there a new request from the academia?
Such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
The damned will sooner die again than lay a hand on me.
Supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
No news is good news.
Is there a new request from the academia?
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Military supplies
No
for the
news
Eremites
is
must
good
be
news.
distributed appropriately.
Is there a new request from the academia?
It's such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
No news is good news.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
Is there a new request from the academia?
It's such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
No news is good news.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Military
Those
supplies for
memories.
the Eremites
request
must
from
be
the
So dark.
appropriately.
It's such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
No news is good news.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
It's such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
The damned will sooner die again than lay a hand on me.
No news is good news.
Is there a new request from the academia?
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
It's such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
No news is good news.
there a new request from the academia?
I would love to go back to our village sometime.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Every time I talk to those scholars.
Military supplies
No
for the
news
Eremites
is good
must be
Is there
distributed
a new request from the academia?
I would love to go back to our village sometime.
It's such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites,
Reduced to just standing
I'll have
around.
to rephrase the request.
How absurd.
No news
military
is
supplies
good
for the
news.
Eremites
Is there a
must
new
be
request from the
distributed
academia?
appropriately.
I would love to go back to our village sometime.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
Is there a new request from the academia?
The damned will sooner die again than lay a hand on me.
It's such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
No news is good.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Is there a new request from the academia?
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
It's such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
No news is good
Back to our
news.
village sometime.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites,
request from
I'll
the
have to
academia?
rephrase the request.
Military supplies for the Eremites must
Such a
be
struggle
distributed
every time I
appropriately.
talk to those scholars.
I would love to go back to our village
No
sometime.
news is good news.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites,
new request
I'll
from
have
the
to
academia?
rephrase the request.
No news is
Such a
good
struggle every
news.
time I talk to those scholars.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
Is there a new request from the academia?
When I hand this work over to the
Reduced to
Eremites,
just standing
I'll
around.
have to rephrase
How
the request.
absurd.
No news is good news.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
Struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
Is there a new request from the academia?
Village sometime.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
No news is good news.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
I would love to go back to our village
It's such a
sometime.
struggle every time.
Is there a new request
When I
from
hand
the
this work
academia?
over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
No news is good news.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
Is there a new request
When I
from the
hand this
academia?
work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
No news is good news.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
Is there a new request from
this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Those memories. So dark.
Is there a new request from the academy?
Must be distributed appropriately.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
No news is good news.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
Is there a new request from the academia?
The damned will sooner die again than lay a hand on me.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
No news is good news.
It's such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
Is there a new request from the academia?
No news is good news.
It's such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
Is there a new request from the academia?
No news is good news.
It's such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Distributed appropriately.
Is there a new request from the academia?
No news is good news.
It's such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
Military supplies for the Eremites must
Is
be
there a new
distributed
request from the
appropriately.
academia?
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
No news is good news.
It's such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
Is there a new request
Military
from the
supplies for
academia?
the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
No news is good news.
Is there a new request from the academia?
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Is there a new request from the academia?
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
No news is good.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Request from the academia?
Reduced to just standing around. How absurd.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
No news is good news.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Is there a new request from the academia?
I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Those memories. So dark.
Is there a new request from the Academia?
No news is good news.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
Such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Is there a new request from the Academia?
No news is good news.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Is there a new request from the Academia?
No news is good news.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites,
Reduced to just standing
I'll have
around.
to rephrase the request.
How absurd.
Request from the Academia.
No news is good news.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
Is there a new request from the Academia?
When I hand this work
Those
over to the
memories.
Eremites,
So
I'll have
dark.
to rephrase the request.
No news is good
Is there a new request from the Academia?
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
news is good news.
Is there a new request from the Academia?
Such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites,
Reduced to
I'll
just
have to
standing
rephrase
around.
the request.
How absurd.
Such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
No news is
Is
good
there a new request from the
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
No news is good news.
Is there a new request from the Academia?
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Such a struggle every time I talk to those scholars.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
Is there a new request from the
No
Academia?
news is good news.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
No news is
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Game.
Military supplies for
Ano ba sunod na gagawin natin?
distributed appropriately.
Check the map. Ganyan. Pababa.
Solidify!
Nowhere to hide.
Oh my god.
Don't blink. Stay put. Hit. Yeah.
Gather!
Evil conquering! Here! Worthless! Here! Worthless!
Wala na pala yung iba. Pag namatay pala yun, okay na. Focus ka lang doon sa isa. Ayan yung mga tao naman. Tao naman kunin natin. Patay yung nag-aambaan lang yung dalaw doon. Di nagpa-practice. Complete na isa. Complete natin na wala sa oras.
Order guide you. Stabilize.
May mga alagang aso. Napakadami kong ganito boy. Yung here. Ano yata? Oh. Wow! Slingshot. Wow! Napasigaw. Wow! Wow, Jin! Diba? Si Jin na naman. Dito na. Wow, Jin. Muna natin na yun. Wow! Sayang. Hirap talaga. Pa-bonus. At ba't kuha pa tayo ng dalawa. Siyempre dito natin kukunin. Uy, pwede pala. Wala isa. Kuha tayo dalawa. At ilan na to? 4 na lang guys. Pupul ko siya dito. So hindi, kakakuha ko lang. Dito na sa karakter. Si Hutaw. Hutaw gala. Kasi may ganito na ako eh. C0 hunting time. C0 hunting. May din. Installation ni Jin. Number 1. Okay, let's go. Paparamdam si Jin. Gamitin mo na ulit yung character.
It's time to move on. We shouldn't stay here.
Sige, gamitin natin si Jin. Tanggalin natin to si Electro World. Kaso bababa damage ko.
We may leave at any time.
Okay. Jaguar. Sugar lang ang hihingi niya ito. Ganun pala eh. Teleport. 5 sugar daw. Okay. More meal with sugar. So,
May the Dendro Archon bless us with a
Don't be
bountiful
scared!
harvest every year.
wala nag-aalit. Tapos na tayo dyan eh. Natin. Level 10 na tayo. Nice one. Kanino kayo ilalagay? Yun o. Gawa tayo ng isang quest. Ang gawin natin ito guys.
Onwards. We have work to do.
Para magawa na natin yung mga Aranara quest. Ay, ang dami doon eh. Nagkabitik. May nakatago ka pala dyan.
Gather!
Useless!
Stabilize!
Pulverize, stabilize.
Stay put! Ready, go! Yes!
Boring!
Quake!
You great! You're
Careless! This is order! Gather!
Disappear! Here! Worthless! Here! Boring!
go as one!
I swear by my sword.
Stay put!
Taas yata.
Boring!
Solidify!
Useless! Evil conquering! Worthless! Worthless!
Yung pala sa baba, no? Makat pa tayo. Sa baba nga. Sa baba. Ang may araw doon daw. Sa baba. Very skilled. Arapandu. Arapandu. At mga ganyan meron pang ano eh. Ayan. Meron na rin dito. Yo, hello! With unknown Aranara. Nursery daw sila together. Wow, nice one. Sana all. Taga sana all eh, no? Taga sana all lang tayo, guys. Wala kasi salita. Feels plain and ordinary, eh? So, this place is different from the other places. The soil and the banana are all very good, but Arakara and Arakula. Aranalakula. Talk after. To be very specific. We'll play music to them. Complement their beauty. Ah, wow, beauty. Fireman can relate. It's hard not to be happy when there's pleasant music to listen to every day. Right, just like Paimon before Paimon was pinched out of Traveler. Bilis ah. You know, no seed daw, has no seed daw. Ano ba talaga? Na dapat yung mga gantong side quest, yung mga world quest, side quest, yung mga dapat yan ang bigyan ng ano, yung mga cutie quest. Sana bigyan nila ng ano yan. Dami ko pang videos guys, di ko na-upload. Time consuming yung pag-upload, no? Kailangan talaga may araw ka na mag-upload ka. Ayan na. Nurse series. Tatanim tayo. Takpan talaga yung mukha niya, no? When we fire here and dream world. Okay. What? Meron na pala ako. Meron na pala ako, boy. Siyempre, nalibot ko na yan eh. Dalawa na lang.
Not bad. Why are you staring at me? No need. Ugh. Try something else next time. Countless souls have fallen prey.
Ano ba ulit na ako? Ito yung mahaba-haba guys. Ano ko nilang gagawin niya? Dito na muna tayo sa Genesis. Mahaba-haba yun eh. Tignan muna natin itong world quest.
Reduced to just standing around. How absurd.
Gagalit siya, oh. Damo delivery. Damo delivery.
Traveler, Paimon, there you are. Nahida! Bad news. We just saw the balladeer strolling around in public. Did he escape or... Ah! It's him!
Sure enough, you're here.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of Surasthana? Aren't you supposed to be lacked up? I know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain. It was my idea to set the balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me. A deal? Huh. You sure you trust this guy?
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about. But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
Don't flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down? But Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us! As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the balladeer.
Well, I for one have no reason to doubt you, considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time.
Oh.
The balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position. Plus, he's a former Harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond. Wait a second. Former? You mean, he's not a Harbinger anymore? I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui, and also between each of the Harbingers. So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be. Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
Yeah, obviously! Nahida, don't listen to him! Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
All right, then I'll do what we agreed.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch. Nahida, are you serious about this? Yes. I have my reasons for this decision. In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit. Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul. Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that? Mm-hmm. You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twins' details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am. He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect. The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly.
What if he lies to you?
Exactly! Or what if
You know, sumahalik ba siya?
Paimon just doesn't trust him? He's treated us as enemies every time we've run into him!
I understand. But sometimes, everything is dictated by which side you're on. How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all. Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns. As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you. If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it. It's my pleasure, really.
Thank you, Nahida.
You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it.
Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help?
I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. Seems like we have a telepathic connection. In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned. Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease. Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside. Great, thank you. Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Irminsul.
Wow, it looks pretty different here compared to last time. The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
Pwede nga. Wow. Ano to?
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
Shut your beak, jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards. But right now, I'm on temporary release. So maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous. I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru. Unlike anywhere else, Irminsol's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you, on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Fine. Let's call it
Understood.
truce. But only until this mission's over.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are going to be traveling together after all. Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going. Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Ew! Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
We can start now.
Irminsol access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
Is this a small sapling? Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him. Wow. So this is the inside of Irminsol.
Wow. Gagi.
Ooh. Paimon's never seen anything like
Uy!
this.
Parang may ano to.
And it feels like a sacred place.
Parang may nakita na akong ganito.
Irminsol is closely intertwined with the entirety of Tevat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsol.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsol is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so... say we did go running off in here. What would happen? What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick close to me.
Wow.
These sapling things have spread out.
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsol. Be careful not to touch them.
It looks the same in every direction. No wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth. Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little?
Dito na tayo sa ilalim.
We're here.
What a huge tree!
Lesser Lord Kusanali,
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
The Balladeer's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
Huh. For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Okay lang yan.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk? Yes, I've also invited Paimon to join.
Huh? What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great! So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladeer's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers. Well done. Smart and attentive as always.
Yung pagkaano.
So, you made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Balladeer into the person he is today.
Huh. Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that?
If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabuki Mono and so on, yes. I know about all of that.
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatarasuna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
Oh? How interesting. Those two managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
So the Gesse got it right?
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatarasuna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation. Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Wait! How did you know about that? Did Nahida tell you?
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you. Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making cordial conversation is something I can manage. Huh?
This light. It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Hey, don't you forget the agreement! You have to share it with us!
Shh. Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatara Suna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
Whoa!
Wala. Kailangan na naman natin na ito, nalipa.
I have been in Tatara Suna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else. Under your leadership, Tatara Suna is a warm, welcoming place. Like a giant village. People are gainfully employed. Their lives have purpose. They are motivated. As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatara Suna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown, all passing on their legacy. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose between steel and blade. That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. And he would be the first to admit that there's no way he could have revolutionized our forging process like this on his own. At least not on the same timescale. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me, and now every piece of ore here is smelted using the new technique. Even now, you remain one of Tatara Suna's key consultants, working right here alongside us. I believe it is you, sir, who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma, and it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
So you say, Escher. But is this really the truth?
My good sir, what do you mean?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected, because I didn't want to speculate, and I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate. And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but still, I suspect you understand it better than I do. None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with Shogun. This is our last hope. But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torichio, the yokai struck down by the shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine. Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat? Sadly, I am so very attached to my craft.
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem. I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about you? What are you still doing here?
Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me.
Drop the act! We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatarasuna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers by now?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment. A moment like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
You...
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatarasuna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan?
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace. So you're really going to destroy this place? Is that it?
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a puppet. You're a human. You're just missing a heart.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all this? Why go to all this trouble?
It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
What?
Fatui?
So si Doctor?
Who? What do you want?
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
That's it? That's why you gave us your cursed technology? Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow?
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind. It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind?
If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagamasa and I see him as one of us. He has nothing to prove to anyone. Because not everyone just wants to use other people. The only ones who think like that are people like you.
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you, I shall redefine myself. Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat. I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible. Mr. Niwa? Already dead. What a pity. Jester, I have completed the task you gave me. Creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was. I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
Hey, are you all right?
Dottore? Dottore!
Gagalit siya.
Good. Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine? But why did we see things from his perspective?
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know very well what that means. Even more so than I.
Let's give him some space. He looks really mad. Paimon doesn't want to be anywhere near him right now.
We need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why has that gotten him so worked up?
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand. Perhaps he needed to learn this someday. So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the Kabukimono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as a mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future. Of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the balladeer became the main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the balladeer. Then, he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?" The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for." He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants. The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it has protected him from the filth. He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Holy moly. So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim? That's terrible.
Yes. Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
Dotori, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
Tignan natin kung anong mangyayari dito. Iniikot eh. Nangyari? A while later.
Shall we see how he's doing? Hey, you alright? That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend. It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Tevat.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your sister in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was her first destination when she arrived in this world. Plus, she only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
The heavens responded?
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your sister for a time. I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Huh? What have you done?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me.
What?
Give me your hand.
Pupunta na naman tayo sa dream world. Oh no.
Can you hear my voice inside your head? No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you. So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past? Done.
Huh? What happened?
Nothing. I was just thanking him for helping me. So long. I suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again. From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabukimono will cease to exist. Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow.
Paano tayo lalabas dito? Oh, ang ganda.
Oh no, he's really gone.
Oh, can you hear me?
Nahida!
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He...
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
Ah, labas tayo. Eh, nakalabas na agad.
We're out! And we're at, an inn or something?
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you. I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling.
Saan ba tayo? Nandun na naman tayo sa
He
samsara.
wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible! Right! You can't just rewrite history. All that stuff happened already in real life!
Pwede yun.
It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Ooh. Huh? Ah! Sorry. Paimon accidentally... But erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable. Is that really possible in Irminsul? Uh-oh. Paimon's head is overheating from trying to understand what he's up to. And it's still not working. really succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too? There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next? Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. So, how about... Alright, Paimon will start. Andrean chili chicken! Also, a... What do we... What would... Paimon was, talking? Huh. Paimon suddenly can't remember what she was talking about. About... Is that a food too? Huh. Weird name though.
Binura na niya yung sarili niya, parang si Desert Lord Kusanali na maliit. Ay, na matanda. Pero siya naalala niya.
What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something... So, the Balladeer. Is that someone's name? 'Cause it sounds like a nickname or something. Okay, sure. Where are we going? Huh? Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
Tara, babalik tayo dun. Sa Inazuma. Teleportation activated. Commencing sequence. Oh. At palag may ganun sonse, no? Habang naglo-loading. On the way na. On the way na ako. On the way na ako. Papunta sa iyo. Dito na tayo.
Boring!
Wala, hindi ibig sabihin nakalimutan din nila yung iba. Wala akong bumili sa'yo ha. Hindi ka kumita. Tingin ko na yan. Kumita ka na ngayon this week.
How can I improve my...
We've made it to Amanoma Smithy!
Ah, it's been a while. Of course. Go ahead. Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting. The once renowned Raiden Gokuden, the art of forging practiced by these 5 clans, was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaede Harakazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now, 2 clans remain of the original Gokuden 5. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Oh yeah, we were! Paimon remembers that now. They learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then, too. It seems like such a shame.
Meron ba yun?
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this. He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokuden, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale. The Raiden Gokuden were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster. Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphaned son was left to fend for himself, and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent-up anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan, which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the Raiden Gokuden. But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Kazuha? My pleasure.
Don't tell on to the next step!
How can I improve my culinary skills?
Ala, uulit na naman yung kwento na ito mamaya. Ulit na naman kwento niyo mamaya. Bili na nga tayo dito ng ano. Pang-ups. Ano to? Compass, treasure. Gendo, treasure, compass. Gawa pa ba ako ng ganitong spear? Meron na ako spear na ganyan. Ayan, balikan na lang natin yung ano. Ito muna ako dito. Kunin natin yung mga ngipin. Ngipin na ngipin. Para makagawa tayo ng ano.
Once the snow is thick enough, we can eat it.
What? Kumakain siya ng snow? Don't tell me.
Useless!
Let's move.
Order guide you. Gather.
Boring!
You get careless.
Goodness.
Put you on no excuse for slacking.
Lament! Worthless! Here! Here!
Solidify.
Useless!
This is order. Gather.
Ano na nga pala yun? Nakukuha. Isa pa dito. Isa pa dito eh. Kalimutan ko na kung nasa. Alam ko kasi dyan sa may mga ngipin. Tapos dito, no?
The damned will sooner die again than...
Tapos dito. Kapupunta niya.
Disappear! Worthless! Here! Impossible!
Solidify.
Yan ang mali mo.
Boring!
Oo, ako na. Dito. Matandaan kung nasan yung isa. Ipin. Dito ba yun? Dito ata yung isa. Wait lang. Heal tayo. Isang ano to yun. Bumalik dito yun. Eh, meron pa pala akong hindi natatapos. Tingnan nyo, may hindi pa ako natatapos na quest dito.
Worthless!
Pana to eh, pana.
There's nothing wrong with reaping a reward every now and then.
Here!
Dito, yung isa. May mukha. Dito. Yung isa. Dito, dito, dito. Search na nga natin yung isang to. Ano? Title nun? Yung pangalan nun? Strange to. Ah, malayo yung isa. No pin left. Dali na natin. Tapos pa rin ano talaga dito eh. Ano yung laging sinasabi ni ano? Ni Aranara.
Ta-da! Clee's here! Woo!
Gather!
Shield me.
Jumpy Dumpty go! Boing boing boom!
Order guide you.
Sparks and splash! Hi-ya! Boo! Boo! Ah! Ah! Boom! Jumpy Dumpty go! Boom! Go as one!
Barbados, guide us.
Solidify!
Wala na yung may malaki dito, di ba? May malaki lagi dito. Babalik tayo. Para magtanim. Magtanimin. Mahirap dito yung mga common chest. Pag nandito yung mga common chest sa taas. Ano may dragon spine? Kasi ang taas ng 60%. Easy. Charge attack. Normal to, no? Sa normal. Pwede siya dito. Kasi 250. Yan, nag-charge attack ka lang. Biglang babagsak yun, edi EM yun, di ba? Kaso sariling ano to, sikap to pag ganito. To charge. Meron pala akong isa pa. Pakain ko na, boy. Refine na natin. 8. Grabe, ang lakas pala nito. 8. Maging 36 na to. 28, 36 agad. 32. 32. Plus. Times 4, 16. Critical rate, 16. Okay. Parang sobrang lakas na yata niya. May isa pa ba tayo? Kaso 16 na to eh. 16 na siya. So dito tayo. Balik tayo dun sa kwento. Ay, dun pala. Babalik pala ako sa matanda. Mali guys, mali. Balik pala tayo sa matanda. Pusin na natin yung ano. Simulan na natin eh. Every week lang ako. Once a week lang ako guys makakapag-ano eh. Kapag kaya.
We've made it to Amanoma's smithy!
Ah, it's been a while. Of course. Go ahead. No. Now there's a question I want. The the art of most of the greats, but fortunately, if my memory serves.
Oh yeah, we learned a bit about the decline of the
In fact, he told me that there is no harm. The Raiden Gokuden.
Vengeful?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophe. Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation, knowing that they had just one chance, the smith's death. In his heart, powerless, alas. Finally, in his fury. But when he came, that is why the
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Kazuha? My pleasure.
Don't tell Pon. On to the next!
Ano muna natin guys? Tag dito. Naka-allow, ano eh. Join after approval. Puro mag-ano, no? Asan na? Layo. Kami sa ato.
We're here! This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters, so...
Traveler! It's been a while. If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate. They're not here right now.
Are they out on business?
The commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
What do you think? Shall we go in?
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
We'll be heading in then. Thanks!
Hello, dears. Is there something you want to say? Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you. What would you like to know? Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the commissioner's behalf. As for the commissioner himself, well, you know, busy as ever. That much hasn't changed. Although, he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
So pretty much business as usual in the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
Oh no, wala pa nagtubig dito.
Well, got any more questions?
You're very well. Miss Kamisato talks about you all the time. I must say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here. So you're not just Miss Kamisato's knight in shining armor, you know. You're a hero to us all. I mean, whenever the commissioner dines at home, Toma always joins him. I always find myself at my most relaxed when I'm serving the two of them and listening to them chat away. The commissioner has such a busy schedule that he doesn't always have the chance to take his meals at home. But given the opportunity, he always prefers to dine here. They say it's because Toma's a much better chef than most. Oh, the commissioner is so fond of home comforts. They get to talking about you sometimes too, you know. Always with a very fond tone. Miss Kamisato occasionally joins them as well. Whenever the whole family gets together and they start talking about people they've met and experiences they've had. It's been many years as someone who is so. In the future, if you ever do have the time, please know you are always very welcome at the Yashiro Commission headquarters. There will always wonderful.
Paimon likes it here too. Also, you were saying something about the food here being really great. Paimon's itching to try it. We may just have to invite ourselves around for dinner sometime. Paimon meant we should come pay a visit again real soon. Ideally around dinner time.
Of course. You're always welcome.
Dinner time talaga, Paimon.
Goodbye for now. We're, great. Goodbye, ma'am. Don't worry, we'll see.
All right.
Natarasuna.
Oh, are you two leaving already?
Yep. Everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
Very well. Safe travels. Goodbye.
Nakita niya magte-teleport tayo.
Useless!
Well, here we are. But
Do my eyes deceive me, or is that the Traveler and Paimon?
Xavier? What are you doing here?
I was in the general area, and now I'm in this specific area. There, that's me. So what about you two?
We have some questions and thought you might be able to help.
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away. Like the back of my hand. Make no mistake, I have been here a good many times before. Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. Oh, well, it's a long story, don't you know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time ago. I'm told that its history is one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation. Goes back around
A couple? When exactly?
One was just in the last few years, the other was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy back then too. They say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way. How about that?
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Tatarasuna?
Oh, I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today. Feels like we've been preparing for a history exam or something.
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge? Sure, go ahead. A kabuki mono? No, I can't say that I have. I do know the word, Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet, actually. But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with a kabuki mono where Tatarasuna is concerned. Of course! Don't mention it.
Oh, we're leaving? Okay, bye, Xavier.
Oh, you're most welcome.
Sabi
More than
ay
happy to help.
Saver.
Farewell.
Si Saver yun eh. Sabi.
Looks like you got all the information you're looking for. Sure, but keep your smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter. Hey, don't mind. All right, let's.
Going to teleport. Teleportation commence. Oh, di ba? Pati sila bumaba.
Useless.
Gusto mo yan.
Hey, it's them.
Akaba, Sawada, you're still here?
Indeed we are. If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join us once more.
We have time. What do you want to talk to us about?
It's the same topic we discussed last time. Obviously.
Still looking for more info about Tatarasuna, huh? Should we join them?
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress. Huh? Oh, of course.
May nawawala. Parang may nawawala dito, boy. Di ganito dati to. Seven notes. Prior to Parang yokai. Ito yung nawawala. Officer, armor officer Niwa. Nagkaroon si Niwa. Wala, nawala na nga yung ano. Miyazaki. Katsuragi. The Mechanic. Nawala na, The Mechanic na lang ang sinabi. That's it. Dalawa yung phrase na ano, na iba. Na iba to. Yokai. Naging yokai, what the heck? Na iba yung kwento ko. Kawawa naman.
I presume you'll want to read mine as well.
Naiwak lang. Fast reading lang guys. O bagal ako magbasa eh. Pag ano, nagsasalita. Hindi ma-comprehend. Ibig sabihin kung may kopya tayo nito, yung luma, mapagko-compare natin tong part na to pa yung part na to kung parehas. Pati ito. Wala. Diba? Na-change yung iba.
Well, what do you think?
Hey, Traveler. Remember how last time Akaba was saying how he wished he could gather more information about all this? Well, we just got back from Inazuma. So how about we tell them what we learned?
What did you find out? Something big?
It's a long story. Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma, and...
Wow, so many new details. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Well, well. So it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Amanoma clan, you say? Then I guess it must be true. Ugh. So there's no ghost story here after all.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredibly prestigious role in society those days, to the extent that harming them was conceived of, at least by the perpetrator, as a way of exacting revenge against those in power.
Yes, yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on with my novel.
And they're back at it.
Naglalaban
These
na
guys
naman
are
sila.
really into this.
Oh, so sorry. Look at us, prattling on about our projects and ignoring you. Thank you so much for the information.
You're welcome. See ya.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do.
Pag dalawang nag-aaway pa kung sino yung tama sa kanila. Tatamaan kayo sa akin. Ay, nako. Ganyan talaga pag may mga nag-aaway. Hindi nyo alam kung kailan kayo mag-aan. Sino tama sa inyo, di ba? Yan naman lagi eh. Sino tama, sino mali. Nag-aaway ng mga tao.
Nahida, we're here!
Traveler, Paimon, how have you been?
Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we ended up chatting and chatting until suddenly the sun was up. And then he decided he wanted to go to Inazuma.
The Balladeer? This sounds like some kind of code name. You look troubled. Is there something you need to tell me?
Parang nga siyang ano.
Traveler? Hey, what's wrong? You look so upset.
Sinabi niya. Sinabi niya.
That's quite a story. So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
But how was he even able to do that?
As the traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it. Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality.
So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because... well, because he literally changed the world?
Yes. Theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. But I'm struggling to imagine the kind of person who would dare go through with it. The traveler comes from a world beyond to that. That's why there's no information about him in Irminsul, and it also explains why any changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect him. So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite incredible when you think about it.
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this Balladeer guy's motivations. Why did he do it?
I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind of person he was, only you remember that. Something else worrying you? Something that you can't share? It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right? Once the Balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. Now he saw them as friends again. He couldn't keep hating humans after that, and if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to try. The story makes sense. The Balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to connect with Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself, even though he didn't have much strength left.
Yeah, it does make sense, but it still ended in tragedy for his friends. It just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this, but it seems like he got nothing in return.
Please wait a moment. I want to check something. Found it. This should be the one. It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything he has told us.
What is it?
A record from a personal collection. You should take a look.
Hello, ulit na naman to. Nakapasok ba siya?
Is this
Ay,
a
hindi.
fairy tale? Who wrote it?
I authored this record myself.
Huh? You wrote a fairy tale that somehow has something to do with the Balladeer?
When combined with the traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
Hold on. So this record survived from the past?
Yes. Any information about the balladeer or the kabuki mono in other records will have been changed. But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact. Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that. But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the balladeer entered Irminsul.
That's incredible! What a great idea!
And sending the traveler into Irminsul with the balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew he'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one he told us, the now erased life of the balladeer. There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was the kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin." The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good. Never again would it cherish a single creature nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon. How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content. I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different.
We solved it!
I remember now. This is not just the balladeer story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened. To become a god, he was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion. Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
The balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail, that Conria was where your twin first came into this world. We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination. And that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Nahita's right. Cheer up! How about we go get something to eat? We can pick up this heavy conversation again later.
Good idea. Paimon, why don't you take him out for a walk to clear his head?
You got it! Come on, Traveler! You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk. Let's go get a snack from one of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar! That'll be sure to lift our spirits. It must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that, but Paimon's always here to help cheer you up.
Reduced to just standing around. How absurd. The damned will sooner die again than lay a hand on me. Those memories. So dark. The damned will sooner die again than lay a hand on me. Reduced to just standing around. How absurd.
Nabali din. Bakit yung ano, hindi kumikinang yung kay ano? Bakit yung kay Shaw kumikinang? Olo, fake ya. Peke yata yung ano nga. Peke yung Jin ko, saka yung ano. Lee, hindi kumikinang. Tingnan nga natin siyang Lee. Oh, kumikinang yung kay ano. Kaya hindi nga kumikinang. Pero yung kay Shaw kumikinang eh, no? Asan ba yung kay Shaw? Yun sa braso niya. Ba't ganun? Oh, ito hindi kumikinang. Oh, ito din. Ba't yun sa kanya meron? Dahil ba may ganito na? Try nga natin. Sabihin ready to go na. Shit, lagpas ako. Pagod pa rin yun. Ano?
We're here! What should we eat first? Hey, are you gonna answer or what? Alright, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right here when you figured stuff out. Then we can get something to eat. What is it? Have you figured it all out? Why'd you jump up?
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a small problem with the last bill. Look, here.
Hey! Hey, wait!
Hmm? You mean me?
No, not you. That kid. Didn't you see? Little rascal grabbed my last 2 fresh Sunsettias and ran off. Look, if you're gonna help out here, you can't keep spacing out, okay? What is it? Work's too boring for you? Or has the big city got too many distractions?
I wasn't paying close enough attention. Sorry, boss. I think you're right. Maybe it's the city. It's so exciting. It can be hard to focus.
Who's that guy? You know him or something? He's who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping out here, and then when I actually give you some work to do, you keep letting yourself get distracted. I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I'd pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this, pretty soon I won't be able to afford to.
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful you agreed to take on an outsider like...
You're welcome, I guess. But I got bigger things to worry about. Look, we're all out of Sunsettias, and I promised the lady down the street I'd deliver a fruit bowl this evening.
Leave it to me. I'll find some more. Just a moment. I'll be right back.
Stop. I'm gonna level with you, kiddo. I've never met a worker who said they didn't want a wage before. And at first, I got greedy. Couldn't believe my luck. But I figured you'd start asking for something in return eventually. You don't want money. You don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander around, taking in the sights. Are you a drifter or something?
That's right, I am. We can talk more about that later. First, let me get those fruits you needed. Sunsettias, was it? I'll be right back.
Hey, what do we do now? Okay, stay out of sight. Don't...
Doon pumasok, dito lumabas. Ito pinapalabas niya, no?
Boring!
Madami ako sa setya. Baka gusto mo, bigay ko sa'yo lahat. Saan setya na?
Yeah, this'll do.
Even though you say he's the balladeer, what are we planning on doing? Stealing his Sunsetias? Isn't that a bit too cruel? Oh, alright.
This should be enough. Guess I should wash them before I take them back. Huh? You two over there. Is there something I can help you with?
He spotted us!
You've been following me all the way from the city. I'd have to be blind not... have we met before? No, we haven't met. I have no recollection.
Are you absolutely sure?
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
A puppet?
Huh?
You were right! The look on his face!
I guess you do know me after all. That is not something I share with a lot of people. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down, I'm sure whatever it is must be important. Okay, but please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
Are you really working for that guy? He said you don't want any more for it. Is that true?
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm, and he let me take shelter in his cart. In return, I said I'd be his helper for a while.
That's...
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with...
Then let's return to the city.
Nawalan din siya ng alaala. Ibig sabihin, si Ruka the Greater. The Greater Ruka Dibata. Meron din siyang pagkatao kung nasaan. Diba? Kaso hindi sila pwede magkita ni Nahida.
Here you go, boss. I'll leave them right here.
Oh, you really went and picked some more. Who are these two?
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me. Sorry, boss. I'm afraid I'll be away from the stall for a while.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid. Don't waste your time here.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. Even then, I don't understand why you're so adamant that you don't want any pay for it. But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without a care in the world, like you had nowhere to be and didn't even care that it was raining. Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right? Why is this guy traveling during a rainstorm if he's... But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it.
But I don't... No, you're right. Then I suppose this is where we say goodbye. Thank you again for taking me into the city.
Don't mention it, kiddo. I've run into all kinds of characters over the years. I just hope you find your path.
Thank you. All right, done. Thanks for waiting for me. We can go now.
Kunin ko na ulit. Kinuha eh. Kinuha eh, no? Teleport na tayo sa taas. Kay, kay Lola Nahida. Tapusin lang natin to.
Boring!
Oh my.
What's wrong? Huh? Are you?
Hello. I do apologize for the sudden intrusion.
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. So, yeah, quite an eventful walk.
You say that you are trekking across Teyvat to train yourself. Many other Inazumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves Shugenja. Why do you refer to yourself as a wanderer?
Well, it seems more relevant in my case. To me, it sounds like a plant with no roots. But these two claim that they know me, and that I have a hidden past unknown even to myself.
I wouldn't call it the past, but rather... this is a difficult one to explain. I don't like to rely on using terms like this often, but in your case, it seems that it ought to be called,
Oh, like a past life or something?
Yes, something far more distant than the past. So far away that you cannot perceive it.
Okay, I
Wala
have to
pa siyang
ask.
ano. Wala pa
What
yung...
was I like in my previous incarnation? Oh, okay. I see. You want to tell me, but you can't bring yourselves to say it. Looks like I didn't have the most wonderful existence. If it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be just as difficult to hear, but I'll be able to handle it. Please, tell me the truth.
Is truth something you care a lot about?
Yes.
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous incarnation, you did many things that would be considered evil. You nearly died because of what other people did, and many died because of you. As a non-human being, you hated gods and humans alike. You drifted from place to place, never able to settle, even where you found status and identity. You adamantly believed that you were missing a heart. Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes, you have to let parts of yourself go, or you'll never be happy.
I gave everything I had, but it barely changed history at all.
In terms of the outcome alone, that's true.
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong. Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time, a chain of cause and effect, a cycle of karma and consequence.
That is the nature of truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be wrong. And yet, dichotomies like this are not enough to explain the world in all of its complexity.
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but yeah, we weren't your biggest fans.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me find the truth?
This is so frustrating! This guy's supposed to be our arch enemy, but now he's just some random stranger we met on the street! He's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him talk because he doesn't remember anything. What a weird situation.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you the memories themselves, if you're willing.
Please, I want to see them for myself.
Even though it will cause your present self great mental anguish?
I'm just a puppet, with no heart and no name. There is nothing in this world for me to cling to.
Very well.
No
As
name.
you wish.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one's kind of on us for bringing him here.
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face, it's my burden to bear.
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Oh, good point. Given your,
Understood.
Thank you. Now, prepare yourselves, everyone.
Saan tayo pupunta? Saan to?
beginnings.
Yan, ano yan ah? 5. 5 tayo dito. Tatapusin lang natin yung kwento nila. Kasi mahirap yung hindi mo tatapusin. Nabibitin ako.
Right now, you're in a dream I created using These memories will show you the raw truth. But be aware that enemies may react just like in the real world.
Sounds like an immersive experience.
You don't need to do this for me. I don't deserve your protection.
We never give up halfway. Well...
All right.
Wanderer, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, this is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many memories here.
Is that because this is kind of like his birthplace?
You could say that, in a sense.
I hear footsteps.
This place is huge. No, there's no way. Look at this exquisite construction work, and so well preserved, too. No mining crew would be capable of this. There's someone passed out on the ground.
Who are you?
You're awake. What happened? How'd you get stuck here? Are you injured? Not a scratch. And these fine clothes. Who are you?
This man is Katsuragi, deputy to Torichiyo's adopted son, Mikoshi Nagamasa. He found the Balladeer in Shake Pavilion and took him back to Tatarasuna.
And the rest is history. Well, it used to be.
In the original version of events, Katsuragi was ultimately killed by Nagamasa.
Let me get you out of here. Our people are nearby. Hang in there.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor disguised as a mechanic. The Balladeer, then known as the Kabukimono, disappeared not long after. As the second in command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi Nagamasa. But Katsuragi had sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagamasa after the latter had once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagamasa killed him to put an end to the Tatarasuna incident.
Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live a long and happy life?
I don't know. Wala dito.
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. He doesn't remember his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabukimono.
That's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
Ba't kailangan ng hagdanan?
Booba, get them!
What the? Daming trap ah.
Huh? What are we doing back here?
Whoa, this is where you were born? It's pretty, but there's nobody here.
I was abandoned, like you. I lived here for a while at first, but there's nothing for us here. We can't stay.
Okay. I heard my mom and dad used to make swords, but the factory manager died, and then my dad got sick. He kept coughing all the time, just like me. Then Mom started coughing too.
But you can't. You promised me.
Yup, we're family now. We're gonna be together forever and ever.
This child didn't have a name. Or rather, the balladeer didn't know what to call him. His father died before he could name him. After his mother died, the child stayed in their straw hut alone. Some of the neighbors helped to raise him. After leaving Tatarasuna, the balladeer ran into this child who didn't have a name, just like him. They made a promise to live together.
What happened to the child then?
He died from his illness while he was still very young. The balladeer came home one day and found that he had stopped breathing.
Hey! What's wrong? Say something! You promised me we could be family! You're no different from Niwa and all the others. You betrayed me too. The voices have gone. It looks like the memory ends here.
Let's keep going.
Naghahanap ng treasure eh, no?
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you. I've been waiting. What you are truly is a weapon. One that could be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
The long-fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
Sino meron nandito eh. Meron yan, sayang primo gems. Uy, dito tayo na ano ah. Dito
This
tayo nawala
place
ng
is
wala.
dark.
Paimon knows this place. It's the Delusion Factory
In the original version of events, the traveler once encountered the balladeer here.
Such a creepy atmosphere. And so familiar. Hey, look over there!
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this rundown factory and these incompetent fools all for me? Wow. You shouldn't have.
Huh. What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan. Perhaps you find fighting in the Abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time?
What a sharp tongue you have. Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit. For the task ahead, I suggest you keep your true feelings to yourself.
Save your breath. I know what I have to do.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't start thinking you're invincible, and don't let your emotions get in the way.
Surely you're not worried about me.
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never fail to find ways to complicate things.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokaden are still suffering the consequences now. Look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest and stop pretending like you're above everyone else. Bye then. See you at the victory feast.
Poor little tongue? she's playing with fire talking to me like that. Who does she think she is? Forget it. Someone might find me here any minute now. I should prepare to give them a warm welcome.
The plot does not end here. There is more of this story to come. Wanderer, are you able to continue?
Yes. Please don't worry about me.
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you think of a nicer way to express yourself?
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results in your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than other humans. Do you really count that as an asset?
You're about as much fun to be around as a raging inferno. But before we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
Siya can easily murder you guys. Ito yung may lason, di ba? Ito yung may lason.
Looks like we've arrived in Sumeru. Is that?
Considering that Amorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the experiment in his place.
Welcome. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration.
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible. In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he will be unable to move independently of it.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then, Doctor.
You were the most resilient test subject I ever came across. Thanks to you, I was able to garner a great deal of information. Alas, after that, you were under orders to remain in the abyss. We barely saw each other, and it became difficult to further refine the knowledge I had gained.
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they think if they knew that nothing matters to you, apart from your crazy experiments?
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again? That was uncomfortable to watch.
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of Paimon.
Let's move on.
Grabe, napakahaba ng ano na to. Ng quest na to. Nandito na tayo.
You're a god. Do you think I'm evil?
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes, you are evil.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and puppets?
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnations? If not, then what are the differences between humans and puppets? Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with grief, howled with rage at the tragedy of death that eclipses the miracle of life, they are human too.
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear. No matter the consequences, I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, let it come to pass.
Dito na dadating si Benti. Freedom, men. Ito na yata
Can you
yun,
return my
napapanood
memories to
ko.
me?
Ngayon ko lang ginawa to.
Won't that mean you'll lose your current identity?
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of
Ito pala
rules,
yun.
with each person being a collection of past experiences. As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
Regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnation. All the emotions that you discarded will return to you. Are you sure you want to do this?
I've lived with the void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place to the next. But then I met you. And I finally realized that reclaiming my missing sins might be my one opportunity to become my true self.
Hala.
I've always felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change my destiny, and end my wandering.
Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will return to you that which... You have made your decision. Now, take this.
Set him free.
A puppet? What's he doing here?
It's...
You're a human as far as I'm concerned.
Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled.
This is... my...
Is he alright? No way! Hey! Are you done yet?
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why... this won't be the end!
Balladeer?
Die. This is trying my patience.
Have you got all your memories back now?
Have you got any more stupid questions? People human! Upon the gale. At my command, you shall fall. Behold, insignificant past! Bow your head! Squall Fury! The wind rises. Feeble human! Behold! Squall and Fury! Imbecile! Get out of my sight.
It disappeared. Did we win?
What did you expect? I'd never lose to that.
There's the tone of voice again. You're definitely back to your old self. Wait, but it was you inside that thing too. What have you got to be smug about?
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am. You sound like you're concerned about me. But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
Welcome back, Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer.
It feels like we just went on a really long journey. Paimon's exhausted.
You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just thinking, I should probably change it. After learning about everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on using a name connected to him. I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui, and they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people, and they might not even remember who the Sixth is.
So, you're quitting the Fatui for good?
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that. Changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish. What you are looking for is complete annihilation.
Ano kayong magandang pangalan sa kanya, no?
But this is just a fantasy.
Galing.
Even if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting. Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul, didn't you?
Yes, and I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan. But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the doctor.
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so be it. Oh, right. I almost forgot. You're the good guys. You're into justice and all that. Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way. Traveler, in the future, I'll continue to search Irminsul more deeply and see what secrets can be uncovered, including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well. I will try.
Traveler.
Traveler, wanderer, yes?
After I dove into the information torrent in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma? So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. And how? Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back. Borrowing and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day. Don't you worry.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to zero. I think deep down you realize this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books. Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be changed, which is why there is emotion in the human world. Everything that you feel is real and lasting, and whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they? Anyway, I gave up trying to become a human a long time ago.
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. You're just bearing your feelings. The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer your future lasts, the shorter your past will become, until one day, it is but a tiny fraction of your life.
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start, but the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been for nothing.
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal. Why don't you choose a new name to celebrate?
Ooh! Paimon wants to pick an ugly nickname for you, too!
Why?
Because Paimon still doesn't like you that much.
Then I hope we don't see much of each other in the future.
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're thinking. The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name, maybe you can ask them for ideas.
No! Paimon only does nicknames. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours.
Have you got anything?
Ano kaya papangalan ko? Ayan na. Huwag yan. Pwede na to! Oh my God. Yan. What? Wait.
Are you sure? Oh, all right. If you say so.
There. Now you have a name of your own.
What about a nickname? Are you done yet?
Still thinking. Stop rushing me!
Take your time. I don't need to see you again until you've thought of one. Everyone who manipulated me and made me suffer will have to pay the price.
You mean the Fatui?
The doctor, at least.
Now that your stance has changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly. But it won't be immediate. You still need some time to compose yourself.
One more thing. There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know about the connection between Raiden Gokuden and myself. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
I see. That is...
Huh? But if we do that, then...
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. Maybe that's how it always should have been. What's that look for? Don't make that face. I know what I'm doing. That day will come. All right. We're done here. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
He's gone.
What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime in an instant. He'll need some time to calm down.
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened, he doesn't seem quite as fierce anymore. So we can finally go eat.
Thank you both. I hope you will find somewhere nice to go and relax for a while.
Loading. Uy.
I've got it! I can end my novel with some words from Mikoshi Nagamasa.
You mean because everyone else in the story is dead?
Yeah, I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. He's the perfect fit to be the narrator of the epilogue. The dark clouds had dissipated, but they continued to cast their shadow in Mikoshi Nagamasa's mind for decades to come. Then, one night, as an old man, he had a dream. On the night when that prized blade, the Daitatara Nagamasa, was forged, the people rejoiced, and there was painting, dancing, and drinking. All these expressions of joy melted down in the furnace fire and turned into red clouds that rallied around the final sunrise that Mikoshi Nagamasa saw in his lifetime. Life is a story too long to be told, a journey that you must walk to behold.
Wow, grabe naman yun. Grabe naman yung ano nun.
The sky will reveal everything to us.
So, Ang taas.
Boring!
Whew, it's about time we had a break. As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back. Wow, great! Huh? Look at the vase. Did someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something? But Paimon doesn't remember there being a cleaner.
You sound lost and confused. I know why you are troubled.
Oh my
Any who
God!
knew of this would find their mind overwhelmed.
Seryoso to?
Huh?
May isa
Is there
pa?
someone here talking to us?
Unfortunately, the fate of Tevat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance, but for anyone else, who can say? When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate, like a vase that falls to the ground. Whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still a broken vase, is it not?
Who are you? How do you know about all this?
History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
The voice has disappeared. And who the heck was that? And what were they doing coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff? Anyway, that face is still lying there broken on the ground. Should Paimon go get someone to clean it up? It feels wrong just leaving it there. Just a moment. Paimon will be right back.
Gagi, ano yun? Tapos na? Meron pa. Yung isa na lang, araw na nara. Ito yung hindi ko mahanap lahat. Lisbon dito. Forest eh. Dami po. 93, 95, 99, 100, 90. May marami pa to. Dami pa talaga guys. Ito hindi ko pa nagagawa to. Aranara ano to eh. Yung lalabanan nila. Hindi ko pa nabubuksan to. Kalimutan kong buksan. May anti-apoy-apoy. Buksan na nga natin. Walang malapit na teleport. Okay. Okay, dito na no. Buksan lang natin to guys. Tapos out na tayo.
Those memories. So dark.
Okay. Sabi mo ako. Sa ilalim ng lupa yan eh. Ayan. Kailangan ko to. Tutulak ng bato eh.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Hey!
Boring!
Naluto ni Goba. Open natin yung ano. Meron pa pala din eh. What's happening here? Sabi may daan dito. What? May daanan dyan.
Easy money.
Tulog naman ako.
Treasure. One way to draw your target out of hiding. Take it easy.
Sa loob ng isa. Yun na lang. Kulang.
Easy money.
Amber, reporting.
Daming ganito dito, oh. Sa Arab.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
One, ito yung una. Two.
Bet you can't keep up with me. I'll race you there.
Ba to? One, di ba? One. Two. Three. Pagod na si Outer. Ganon?
Bet you can't keep up with me.
Shit, mali pa rin. Hello? Oh. Search nga natin. Anong ano to? Anong... Oh, tama naman ah. Ready. Baliktad. Umilaw na yung ano eh.
Get him!
Ganun. Dito mama. Pang 5 daw yan eh. Sabi. Presyon din natin yan doon kasi natuklasan na nila eh. Yan. You know.
I'll race you there.
Nawala na yung harang.
Wow, these will come in handy.
Ay, gawin natin to. Gawin natin to, party na tayo babalik. Kailangan daw ng ano.
I'll take good care of...
You know, thank you. Thank you sa info. Oh. Galing eh.
Don't be scared.
Solidify!
Laban din ng mga Pokemon.
Hey, go away. Stay put.
Stabilize! I will have order!
Yeah, yeah. You, Glade, you're up.
Mabit. Pug dun sa ano eh. Wow. May pagilan pala yun. Kasha siya. What? Pala hintayin natin yun. Gumagalaw pala yun. Galaw pala ito eh. Hintayin natin.
Gather!
Don't be scared! Boba, get them!
Useless! Lament! Cheer! Cheer!
Solidify!
Nice and spicy!
Kasi namantala naman ito.
Useless! Disappear! Worthless! Cheer! Worthless! Cheer!
Stabilize! This is order!
You're toast! Go get him, Uruguay!
Boring!
Agad to? Eh marami pa doon sa taas na, diba? Ano? At least natapos na natin. Yun. So ayun guys, out na muna tayo guys. Pahinga muna. Tinapos lang muna natin tong isang to. Dami ko pang ano. Ba to? Ah, pamalit ang pangalan niya. Okay. Okay. So ilan na lang ang kailangan natin para makapag 10 pull tayo. So tatlo. Tatlo na tama. Doon na siya. 10 pulls tayo dito. Try natin. Kung may early natin to. Ipon-ipon lang muna guys. Pa sa linggo.